5 in the semifinal yesterday. It's White's third trip to the final, but he has never won. The other surprise finalist, 28-year-old Alain Robidoux from Saint-Jérôme, Quebec. Robidoux was a real long shot. Seeded 14th, he moves on after beating Bernie Mickelson 7-3 in the semifinal yesterday. TSN, in association with BCE, is pleased to bring you the final of the Canadian Professional Snooker Championship from Seneca College and the Minkler Auditorium in Toronto. And here is the matchup. Jim White from Calgary against Alain Robidoux from Saint-Jérôme, Quebec. Hi, everyone. I'm John Wells. It is a pleasure to be standing alongside Clive Everton, a noted snooker expert and commentator, and we bring him all the way across from Great Britain and likely the most famous name in snooker broadcasting anywhere. We looked at this match today, but maybe we might have thought that it would have been Thorburn versus Stevens this afternoon.
Well, yes, that was what the seeding suggested, but it's very tough to stay at the top these days, and Jim White and Alain Robidoux have both played very well this week, and they are deserving finalists, and I think it'll be a very interesting match.
Quick thought about the styles of these two players.
Well, Jim White got to the World Quarterfinals at his first attempt in 1980, but then only played part-time for a few years. He's got a model style, but he's had a bit of a struggle to get back that the sort of form that he showed when he first came onto the scene. Alain Robidoux is a very dedicated performer, practices all hours God sends, and I'm sure it'll be a great match.
All right, and it has been a long time coming for Jim White in particular. He has been to this championship before, but he has never won. He got a big step forward when he won a big match yesterday.
Well, I got a monkey off my back last night when I beat Cliff, and each match I've tended to get just a little bit better. I think that my game still could be stepped up a notch, but all in all, I'm not disappointed at all.
Feel confident about this one today?
Quietly confident, but Alain's a very good player, and I know I've got to go out and I've got to play very well to beat him.
Jim White is a kind of player, is a safety player, and is very good around the black, is good control on the cue ball, and also a very good putter. He's got a good game around the table.
So coming up, it is White versus Robidoux, the Canadian Professional Snooker Championship. Frame number 1 coming right up.
Extremely interesting duel. Neither player has won this championship, although Jim White has been in 2 previous finals. Jim White's there on the right, Alain Robidoux on the left, and referee Graham Duncan in charge of the match.
Mr. White has won the toss.
So it's Jim White to break. Not the best break-off shot that he's ever played. The idea was to leave the cue ball tight to the baulk cushion. That's the cushion nearest the top of your picture. But by leaving the cue ball well short of that cushion, he may well have left Alain Robidoux a reasonable chance at a long red. Always meticulous in his preparation for every shot is this young man.
1.
And that was a very confident pot to start with. Not only played to pot the red, but played to disturb another red from near the black, leaving himself position on the black. Again, beautifully played.
8.
To disturb one red and leave himself in a potable position on another. The red lowest in your picture is the bull. He's got to take the cue ball away from the black rather than towards it, but he should still leave himself in such a position that he can pot the black quite comfortably after this red.
9.
Clever shot that. Took the cue ball into the pack of reds to open more reds. Still leaving good position. So this is a good positive start. Choice of shots here, either red to the middle or red to the corner pocket. That's the corner pocket top right of picture. Making absolutely sure that he feels right before he tries the shot, perhaps just distracted by a fibre coming away from his tip, just catching his eye line there, but he's settled now. Good pot. Perhaps brought the cue ball back just a shade too far. Can still pop this black, but it's not as easy as it might have been.
Alan Robidoux, 17.
So that miss shows the importance of positional play. If he'd brought the cue ball back 6 inches short of that, the black would have been virtually a certainty. But already Jim White has seen enough to know that he's going to be in a tough match this afternoon. And he'll be very disappointed with that. The red was within quite comfortable potting range. White is the favourite for this match in terms of experience. He stands 38th in the world rankings and has been a professional now for 9 years. But this man, Alain Robidoux, has made a most impressive start to his professional career. He's played in 4 qualifying tournaments for world ranking events in the UK a couple of months ago, and he's got through in 3 of them. And of course this week he's had a string of notable successes in the Canadian Championships to get to the final here at his first attempt. Safety shot there, refusing a possible red, but judged it too dangerous. Keeping the pressure on White. Jim White, 33 years of age, comes from Calgary, although he's now based in Toronto and has been for about the last 18 months. Attempted the long red, but in such a way that if he missed it, he hoped not to be leaving too much, but that really didn't work out. This red to the middle is not that difficult. But as it's happened, it's worked out in White's favour. That little gesture from Robidoux giving away the fact that he feels he should have knocked that one in, as indeed he should. Always in the early stages of a match, particularly a final, there's always the problem of settling in, settling the nerves. just starting to think and function as a snooker player, just thinking of the problems of the shots rather than the problems of the occasion.
Six. Seven.
Pink goes to the right corner. And White, using his experience, not rushing, getting it crystal clear in his mind what he's trying to do before he gets down on the shot. Another problem that White has, of course, he's got to keep his momentum going after his great win over Cliff Thorburn late last night. Went on till 1 in the morning. White won 7-5.
14.
After being 5-2 down. So if you don't feel good after beating the world's number 6 player, when are you going to feel good?
Into
the lead with that pink, and still plenty more points to follow in this break. So important to make the most of chances when the reds are quite invitingly spread and there are high value colours available. This red followed by black should be no problem, but he's been planning the next 3 or 4 shots.
21.
Has taken care there not to leave himself absolutely straight on the black. He does have an angle, so that increases the range of his positional options. Has taken the cue ball just a little too far with that shot. He wanted to leave himself straight on the red to the corner pocket, but has left himself playing over the top of the blue for that red. Quite an awkward problem here, cueing to the side of the blue. He can't put the rest head just exactly where he wants it. Slightly further from the cue ball than he wants it to be.
29.
So all things considered, that wasn't a bad shot. He's left himself an angle on the black from which he can take the cue ball into the cluster of reds if he so desires. But he could opt instead to come back off 2 cushions to get on the red which is left of picture. Just used the 1 cushion to get on the loose red. Would like to have got right behind it to leave a slightly straighter shot, but not too difficult.
Jim White, 36.
Difficult enough though, so White has to be satisfied with that break of 36, which takes him into a 19-point lead in this opening frame. the old pros say of the opening frame of any match, it's always a good one to win, because then your opponent at some stage or other has got to win 2 in succession to get in front.
One.
Excellent pot, but wasn't able to get the cue ball away from the side cushion. So it's always a good shot to pot blacks like this. Can only hit the top segment of the cue ball. And he attacked that very confidently.
8.
I'm most impressed with the positive way that Robidoux has played this opening frame. He's not too worried by the occasion, I don't think.
Nine.
That was somewhat unfortunate. It was unpredictable just exactly where the cue ball was going to finish after coming off that cluster of reds. Unlucky to be on the side rail. Good shot again. Played very, very confidently. It was a tough shot,
15.
and he knew that he would be leaving the opening frame at Wyche's mercy if he missed it. It shows how confident he is. Good angle on the blue. There are at least 3 reds that he could play position on. It's just a case of how he sees the sequence. Only 2 behind now. Robidoux really gets stuck into the practice. He's a 50 frames a day man, and if you practice as much as that, you really groove your stroke and your thinking. Expected the cue ball there to bounce a little more off the top cushion, but he's able to reach this and should pot it. Promising break this. He knows now that if he can dispose of these last 2 reds with high value colours, he'll take this opening frame. And I don't think I've ever seen anybody playing in their first final play the opening frame quite as confidently as this. He's playing just as freely as if this was just ordinary practice.
43.
So, key shot coming up. Just this red and a high value colour should be enough to secure him the opening frame.
44.
Steadies himself, doesn't rush into it, just follows his drill. Which puts him 30 points in front with only 27 on the table. And I'm sure Jim White has been impressed by the way his opponent has played in these opening exchanges.
$51.
Earlier in the championship, Robidoux beat Bob Chaperon from Sudbury 6 frames to 3.
58.
Then he beat Joe Caginello 6 frames to 4. Then in last night's semi-final, Bernie Mickelson 7 frames to 3.
63.
This has been a most impressive opening frame by him in the final.
69.
And with a 76 clearance, Alain Robidoux leads Jim White by 1 frame to 0. Break into a frame winner. He does have a red to the middle pocket. He can just screw back for black or stun through for pink. And for good measure, he had a third option. He could go through for blue. He will want to have a slight angle on that blue, though, to get towards the 3 reds nearest the pink. He'll be disappointed if he's finished dead straight, because, of course, if you're straight on the blue, you can only take the cue ball either straight forward or straight back. And judging by the way that he's trying to sort out his next shot, that's exactly where he's finished, dead straight. Robidoux hoping
37.
that White may miss this next red. It's probably 70-30 in White's favour, but not a certainty. I was thinking of the red, the bottom one of the 3 reds behind the pink, but he's chosen an alternative into a baulk pocket. He played that shot very well. Deep screw back from the yellow would appear to be the best option here. Below centre striking, making sure he gets the cue right through the cue ball. Screwed back too far. Wanted to leave himself a straight pot on the lowest of the 3 reds behind the pink into the left corner. Overhit it by about a foot. So positional play not A1 on that occasion. The red still is potable into the left corner, but it's not all that easy. Quite dangerous, and a position couldn't be guaranteed.
Jim White, 40.
So Jim White contents himself with 40 and a safety shot, giving him a 36-point lead in the frame that he needs to level the match. Alain Robidoux having won the first with a most impressive performance, including a 76 clearance. Robidoux's safety went wrong, which says something about the quality of White's safety shot, which put him in that position. Well, that wasn't a good shot. Never easy with the rest. Shots are usually much easier with the hand bridge, but it's given Robidoux a chance to get back into this frame.
One.
Just thinking of where he wants to position the cue ball to take one of the reds which is lying on the top cushion.
Eight. Nine.
Would have preferred to have been a little straighter on the black here to hold position a little more easily for his next red. But he made that look very easy indeed.
16.
Really got into the bottom of the cue ball to hold it in perfect position to keep his break going. Just roll the black in and then take the red along the top cushion. Making sure that he left a slight angle. Didn't want to leave himself dead straight. Getting quite difficult now. He doesn't have a natural shot from the black to get on either of the reds left of picture. Therefore left himself with a shot at the red right of picture, but he would have preferred to have left the cue ball nearer this red.
Alain Robidoux, 32.
That 32 break though has brought Robidoux back into contention in this second frame. Good frame this, 40 break by White, 32 by Robidoux. But now, White with another chance. Well, that was an easy red. I could see him having difficulties with the two remaining reds, but at least one red in a colour looked a certainty there. White has got to hope now that Robidoux doesn't get position on either of the two reds left of picture. The initial red is easy. It's easy to get on one of the low value colours lying on the balk line.
One.
So it's just a question here whether the yellow or green offers the best angle to tuck in behind the two remaining reds.
Three.
Pretty good shot.
Four.
And a key shot coming up now. The scores are level, 40 points all. Black will put Robidoux 7 in front. If he can get good position on the remaining red, he should take this second frame. Not prime position by any means. He does have a shot at the red and can take the cue ball to safety as well as he attempts it.
12.
As it happens, he's potted it, and the way that he's playing, so sure and so confident, I expect him to clinch this second frame from this position. Just yellow, green and brown needed.
16.
And I must say that I'm very, very impressed by the way that Robidoux has played these first two frames.
19.
He came to England a couple of years ago as an amateur and didn't strike us there as anything very special, but he certainly improved.
23.
To go 19 in front with only 18 on the table, so his loss of position on the blue shouldn't be all that serious.
Alan Robidoux, 23.
So, unless Jim White gets a snooker, he'll be 2 frames down. Didn't play to pot the blue. Still needs a snooker, and of course now has only one possible snookering ball. Very difficult to get a snooker from this position. The cue ball would have to travel up the picture to the baulk cushion, back down again behind the black. You'd have to travel some 20 feet in all and be perfectly controlled. And White didn't fancy that possibility.
5.
Decided simply to play the pink to a safe position and hope to get an easier snookering chance later. Not all that far away, but hasn't got it. Rule 1 in this situation, of course, don't pop the pink, because you can't play a snooker with just one ball on the table. Well, he didn't obey Rule 1. The pink goes in, and Alain Robidoux leads Jim White by 2 frames to 0. But it's given Robidoux the sort of chance that this week he's been whenever he's had a few reds open and high value colours available, he's usually scored pretty heavily. Well, not as easy as it might be. This is a key shot. If he gets it, he'll be right back in prime position.
8.
He certainly never looked like missing it. He looks full of confidence. By removing the red right of picture, Robidoux will then make the black potable into both top pockets. Robidoux came through his semi-final yesterday against Bernie Mickelson, 7 frames to 3. Mickelson having knocked out the number 2 seed Kirk Stevens.
22.
But the way things have gone so far here at Minkler Auditorium today, Alain Robidoux has looked perfectly capable of winning the Canadian professional title at his first attempt. Didn't go into that cluster of balls quite as he intended. He hasn't left himself an easy red by any manner of means. It's not clear whether either of the 2 reds close together is potable to the baulk pocket, or whether he's got to cut it into the middle. Smacked it in as if it was easy. And from the yellow, shouldn't have a great deal of difficulty in getting on his next red.
32.
Choice of shot. Can drop in the red right of picture, drop it into the middle pocket, get on the black, or he can take the red that he's in fact settled on.
33.
And the ball set in such a position that Robidoux could clinch this third frame at this visit to the table. That would give him a 3-0 lead, and the way he's playing, he will take some catching.
39. $44.
58 points in front, so White knows that just this simple red would put White in the position of needing snookers. Not, I think, that he's going to have much chance of playing for them. $45. 59 in front, therefore, with only 51 on the table.
$51. And a Robidoux, 51.
A surprising miss, but Robidoux, I'm sure, has done enough to clinch this third frame and lead by 3 frames to 0.
3 frames to 0.
Just looking at the progress of the break after he's potted the red and hopefully a black, he's thinking 3 shots ahead.
$22.
Took good care to leave himself a good angle on the black. Didn't want to be too straight on it. He has a choice of shots here. He could pot the black and disturb the bunch. He could play on the red right of picture. And usually it is advisable to clear the loose reds before opening the bunch, but he's got the problem of opening the bunch in a shot or two. He has the angle to pot the black and take the cue ball into the reds after striking the top cushion. Well,
37.
I'm not quite sure what he played there. It looks to me as if the red at the apex of the bunch is not potable into the middle. If the cue ball is finished anywhere near where he intended, I don't know exactly what red he was hoping to pot next.
Jim White, 37.
Nevertheless, that 37 break by Jim White represents an improvement in his fortunes. Gives him a 20-point lead in this fourth frame. But with Alain Robidoux leading him by 3 frames to 0, he's really got to win this frame to get into the match. Tricky safety here for Robidoux. Got a good thin contact off the bunch and has also been favoured by the rub of the green there. Got a kiss first on the blue, then on the green, and has left Jim White in a certain amount of trouble, more trouble than he would have been without those 2 fortuitous kisses. White in turn trying to leave the cue ball as close as possible to the baulk cushion. So Robidoux comes to the table, 20 points behind in this fourth frame, but leading 3 frames to 0. And just for a change, he misses a long pot. He's nailed most of those today, but his failure to nail that one has given Jim White an opportunity to clinch this fourth frame. He leads by 20 points, so a reasonably substantial contribution here should see him past the post.
1. Jim White, 1.
Well, you just can't afford to miss shots like that. Nothing difficult about it. And what makes it worse is that you have to sit in your chair for several minutes often to reflect on it.
1.
And the way that Robidoux has been playing, we certainly can't afford to give him many chances. So far today, he's been deadly. We'll probably be trying here to get position on the black, to get it back on its spot. It's not the pot he's worrying about, of course, it's the precise position. One of the things he's thought about, he doesn't want to leave himself bridging over a ball next shot, but he hopes to be taking the black.
7.
Looks just about perfect to me.
14.
He wants to take the red along the cushion. He played to leave a slight angle. It looks as if he's got it.
15.
So just by bouncing off the side cushion, he leaves himself an easy black and an easy continuation of the break. Into the lead with that black. And in a position now to win this fourth frame at this visit to the table. It would give him a 4-frame lead, and that 4-frame lead would put him halfway towards the total of 8 that he needs to win this Canadian title. Would have preferred to have left a slightly straighter pot on this red. He knew that he was taking the cue ball into the pink as he potted it, but it worked out well. Looks as if he's got just enough angle off the simple blue to get on the last red. Nice angle from the black to get on the yellow. Robidoux just checking the scoreboard. He leads by 14. The black will be 21, so then he would only need yellow and green to secure the frame. All this coming from a simple red which White missed to the middle pocket.
47.
Earlier today, Robidoux has had breaks of 76 and 52.
51.
That's his third half century, and already he's done enough to clinch this fourth frame.
56.
Brimful of confidence. And with a 69 clearance, Alain Robidoux leads Jim White by 4 frames to 0. He can play brown to the middle. He could play from the blue to leave a snooker right up behind the green. That might be the percentage shot.
Jim White, 1.
And the object of that sort of shot is not so much to gain points through any penalties that Robidoux may concede, but he's trying to get Robidoux to leave him an opening here. Slowly off the side cushion, hoping to freeze in on top of the red. looks pretty safe. Even if the red left of picture is potable to the right middle, it's not an easy shot because there's so little distance between the cue ball and the red that it requires good cueing, a slight danger of a push shot.
One.
And that was good cueing. Important shot, this.
Eight.
And White won't be too worried that he's nudged a red onto the black spot, because the black's perfectly all right on the pink spot.
9.
Jim White, a pretty cool match player. He's won a lot of matches from behind, including the semi-final, of course, last night when he was 5-2 down
16.
to Cliff Thorburn, but came through 7-5 with a run of 5 straight frames. To go 16 in front. So the 2 remaining reds, together with 2 high-value colours, would be enough.
25.
That's not good position, though. White can pot the black, but the angle is such that he's got to take the cue ball well away from the last red, which in any case is in quite an awkward position. Now the question is he going to risk an attempt at potting this red? And if he misses, leave the stage set for Robidoux to make a winning clearance? Or is he going to play a safety? Very positive choice of shot. He had to get that. And now White can breathe much more easily.
14.
Robidoux knows that he's now 32 behind, with only 27 on the table. And White himself is now certain that he has won his first frame of the day. A good solid effort this has been, very timely, because although 4-1 down is bad enough, 5-0 would have been almost irrecoverable.
54.
So it doesn't really matter about the black. What does matter is the quality of this frame-winning break, which he converts into a 67 clearance. Jim White then takes the 5th frame, but Alain Robidoux leads him by 4 frames to 1.
Frame to Jim White.
This 6th frame very much in the balance. Jim White started it with a 30 break. He led 34-0. Robidoux then came back, laid 1 snooker, which White conceded 18 points in trying to escape from. The referee putting the cue ball back no less than 4 times. So after a few more exchanges, we have the current position. Robidoux leading by 3 points. Good safety. Now White certainly had plenty of practice with his safeties last night. He had one 15-minute exchange with Cliff Thorburn in which not a single ball was potted, but a lot of good safety shots were played. Pity the pink was in the way. So White returns to his chair knowing that he's made a mistake. Robidoux knows that if he can knock in the initial red and get on the black, there's potentially a frame-winning opening here. And he's so consistent in this sort of position that if you're a betting man, you'd have to fancy him to win the frame at this visit to the table. I have to say how impressed I am with the improvement that Robidoux has made in the last 12 months. He looks so confident, so sure of himself. And of course, absolutely inevitable when you give somebody a build-up like that, that they play their worst shot of the day. Don't do it to me, Alain. At least he's had the consolation that, somewhat fortunately, he's covered the easy red with the black. Pressure shot, this. A pressure shot because White knew that he was leaving an easy red if he missed it. Red to the right corner is not the most difficult of starters for Robidoux.
One.
Not the ideal angle on the blue. If the cue ball had run about 6 inches further, it would have been very easy to bring the cue ball towards a choice of easy reds. But from this distance,
6.
both the pot and position on the black. Should be well within Robidoux' range, the way that he's playing.
7.
Just looking at the scoreboard, which tells him that he's 25 points in front.
15. $22.
2 more reds and 2 more blacks here would leave white needing snookers.
23. $30.
41 in front.
31. 38.
49 in front and only 43 on the table.
39.
50 in front with only 35 on the table.
Hello, Robidoux. 39.
And that's 5 frames to 1 to Alain Robidoux.
Frame to Alain Robidoux. He leads 5 frames to 1.
Championships on TSN. The 2 finalists are with me as we take a break in sessions now. We'll be back with more coverage a little bit later on. But first, let's talk to Jimmy White. You had a little bit of difficulty in the first session this afternoon. Is there anything that you can put your finger on that was causing you a problem?
Well, geez, probably the guy holding the cue at the other end. You know, Alain played really well. I missed a couple easy balls. Not really composed, you know, didn't really take enough time to shoot them, and it seems like every time I've missed, I've really paid the price.
A couple of times the black ball was a costly miss for you. Maybe we got a little bit of a shot of it here. Maybe you can tell us exactly what's happening to you.
Oh, this is, yeah, this is when I was trying to get to the rail. I just had difficulty believing that the rail would throw that much.
And one more here.
One more, it might be a couple more. Yeah, unbelievable how much that rail was throwing. I couldn't get it in my mind that it would throw that much.
Feel you can get back in the match?
Well, I'm really feeling the effects of my match with Cliff last night.
It was a marathon. It was till the wee hours of the morning.
Yeah, I feel real drained physically and mentally. I've just got to try and prepare myself and give Alain as good a battle as I can.
All right, thanks very much. We'll talk to you a little bit later and see you tonight in session number 2. Alain, come on in here. You have a 5-1 lead. You've got to be extremely happy with the way things have gone so far.
Oh yeah, pleased the way I played, especially because I don't feel the pressure of the final, and also I think my putting is very good. I putt the ball very good today, and I can see more than that.
It's interesting in a way. This is the first time you've made it to a Canadian Championship final, and you say the pressure is not bothering you at all.
Because I think I said to my man, I said I have nothing to lose. I have to go. I have to go for. I'm the last seeded in the circuit, and I think I have nothing to lose. The reason why I play, I enjoy myself when I play.
Are you surprising yourself? Do you think you could even play better in the second session coming up later?
I don't want to talk about it. I don't know. I would like to play better. It's better to play. I enjoy myself when I play good, but I don't know. I just play frame by frame, and I don't know how I'm gonna play next.
You got to be a happy guy, though, right now. This lead looks pretty good. Do you think it can stand up?
Oh yeah, I think I'm gonna play very hard. I don't want to let him shoot some balls. I'm gonna let him in the top cushion. You know, I don't want to leave him in the balls because he's a good player and he can't come back because he did against Auburn.
All right, thank you very much. Continued success. We'll watch for you later tonight.
Thanks a lot, John.
All right, we'll continue our coverage coming up later on this evening of the Canadian Professional Snooker Championships. But as we look at the scoreboard right now, it is Alain Robidoux leading the way on Jim White of Calgary, 5-1. And the second session coming up later tonight on TSN. We'll be back with a few more thoughts from the Canadian Snooker Championships right after this. Everton back with the final few thoughts here at Seneca College. As we look ahead to session 2 tonight, let's look back on session 1 this afternoon. Are you surprised at the score as we head to the second session this evening?
Well, I am, frankly. I thought that Alain Robidoux would be a little bit tentative in his first major final, but he was anything but. He's gone for everything, and he's got very nearly everything. So that's why he's 5-1 up.
Jim Weiss trailing by that score. That surprises us a little bit. Is the fact that he had such a tough match with Thorburn in the semifinal, is that playing on him today?
I think he has suffered a little reaction. He was down 5 frames to 2, and then he won 5 on the spin and won 7-5. And of course, it was also a very, very big thing for him to beat Cliff after all these years. He's been trying for the best part of 10 years to beat him. Finally, he's done it. He's made the breakthrough, and suddenly he's got to play somebody who's firing on all cylinders today.
Well, emotionally, it must be something, because that has been for Jim White. Cliff Thorburn has been a nemesis, a thorn in his side for all of these years.
Well, that's right. I remember when they played in the 1980 World Quarterfinals, which of course was the year that Cliff Thorburn won the World Championship. Jim was playing well enough then to run him close, but psychologically, I think he was beaten almost before he started.
Now, a 5-1 deficit going into the second session. How difficult is it going to be for White to come back and win or make a good race of it?
Well, it's going to be very difficult. I think that possibly he should try and slow Alain down a little bit, get stuck into the safety, perhaps a little more. But he's either got to play better or he's got to make Alain play worse.
All right. We'll see what does happen when we do bring you the second session coming up at midnight Eastern time on TSN. The Canadian Professional Snooker Championships continuing then from Seneca College in Toronto. Here's the score as we have it right now. Alain Robidoux leading 5 frames to 1 on Jim White from Calgary, Alberta.
What's going on?
The Canadian Professional Snooker Championship is on the line. Calgary's Jim White, the 4th seed, missed a tough shot in the 4th frame. It was costly. He now trails heading into the second session, 5-1 to 28-year-old Alain Robidoux from Saint-Jérôme, Quebec. The second session is coming up in the best of 15 showdown. TSN, in association with BCE, is pleased to bring you the Canadian Professional Snooker Championship from the Minkler Auditorium at Seneca College. The final showdown just ahead on TSN tonight, and the big question, I guess, as we look at it, Clive, is can Jim White come back?
Well, he's really got to win the first frame, in my view, preferably the first 2. If he lets Alain get any further ahead, I think it's goodbye.
What did you like most about Robidoux in the first session earlier today?
I liked his positive attitude, his total concentration. He's really improved out of all recognition in the last year, and I think he's going to make a big impact in the UK in the world ranking tournaments.
Well, we had to believe that the pressure would be squarely on the young man from Quebec for the fact that he had not been before television cameras before, first time to the Canadian final, and he seems like a very cool customer.
Well, yes, we did think he'd be under pressure, but nobody told him. He didn't appear to be under any pressure at all. He went for his shots right from the off, won the first 4 frames, and he's in a commanding position.
Now, as Robidoux goes into the second session now, what is preying on his mind? Is he a little concerned that maybe something might fall apart in his game?
Well, he doesn't give me that impression, although it's just possible if he gets within 1 frame or 2 frames of winning the Canadian Professional Championship. That may hit him, and he may freeze a little, but we'll have to see.
All right, we'll wait and see about that, and the championship is on the line tonight here on TSN as we continue our coverage from Seneca College. Alain Robidoux of Saint-Jérôme, Quebec goes against Jim White from Calgary, Alberta, and it is Robidoux in control of things, heading to the second session coming right up. But give us a little thought on what Jim White has to do to come back, Kirk.
Well, he was in a similar situation last night. He was 4-2 down to Cliff Thorburn, and he got out 7-5. He won. So he's 5-1 down now. It's a tough match for him to come back. But if he did it last night, he's got a chance tonight.
And you have seen similar situations, or at least close to similar situations. You had a 5-2 lead the other night going, and things fell apart a little for you.
Yeah, thanks a lot for bringing that up. Yeah, it's you know, it's like Yogi Berra. You know, it's never over till it's over. So the other fellow played well, and these two players tonight had played the best snooker over the last week and a half, so and they deserve to be here.
Okay, Kurt, thanks very much. You're going to join Clive Everton upstairs for a little commentary as we continue here tonight. Let's go upstairs to Clive and get ready for the second session.
Thank you, John. What an intriguing final session this may well be. Alain Robidoux, the man in command. But if Jim White can win a couple of quick frames, he'll soon make him feel the pressure.
Number 7, Jim White to break.
Referee Graham Duncan announces that it's Jim White's break in this first frame of the final session. So here we go with the man from Calgary. I think Alain Robidoux's forgotten his chalk, so it'll be a little while before he plays his shot.
We're all clapping because he left. You scared him with the break.
Graham Duncan, the senior Canadian referee, is a chemistry teacher in Toronto in private life, but I can assure you also that he's a vastly experienced snooker referee. He's from London originally, but has lived in Canada for over 20 years, and a very well-known figure in the Canadian snooker fraternity.
I didn't like the break.
So now that Robidoux has his chalk, we should make much quicker progress. Good length on the safety, and are you surprised, Kirk Stevens, that Alain Robidoux has played as well as he has this week?
Not really, Clive. I haven't had the pleasure of seeing him play a great deal, but his amateur record has been spotless virtually in the last 4 years. He's won the Canadian Amateur three times, and it's a great thing that he's in the final in his first attempt. You know, doesn't seem to be intimidated at all.
Well, that was certainly the thing that struck me, and no doubt it struck Jim White as well. But we've seen so often in these matches how they've changed after a long interval. The first few shots of a new session are always very important.
1.
And with that long red, it's pretty clear that Alain Robidoux has not gone out of stroke during the interval. He's come here to win it. First frame of the session, of course, extremely important, not only because it sets the tone of the proceedings, but if Robidoux could win it, he would go 5 clear and would need only 2 more.
Alain Robidoux, 1.
But that is one of his very few loose shots today. Jim White can do with that kind of help.
was a good pot there. That red had opened up the black spot, and
8.
now Jimmy will try to be staying low on the black ball after he pots this red, so he can split up the reds there. 'Cause it's a bit tight.
9.
Got a little bit straighter than perhaps he wanted to. He can come back off the black for the loose red in the middle of the table. Wants to leave himself on the black in such a way that he can split up the reds next shot.
17.
That looks about right. How do you think that Jim has played this week, Kirk?
He's played the way he seems to always play. His game doesn't alter much. He can play the safety game as well as get aggressive if he has to. But I think the safety play is a little more his style, to fight to get in for shots. And he proved last night that you know, even the best of safety players have got their work cut out with them for themselves when it gets down to that game as well.
Jim Wych, 24.
It gives him a 23-point lead. Pity about the red he missed. He had the angle on the black to open the bunch. Early days in this 7th frame, the first of the evening session. Jim Wych has a 23-point lead, but Alain Robidoux is in command of the match, leading by 5 frames to 1 after a highly impressive afternoon session. Well, the cue ball rebounding quite a distance off the baulk cushion, and although it's not left Robidoux an easy long red, it certainly is potable, and he's been knocking in a very high percentage of this sort of shot. Played to come round behind the black, or rather between the black and the red along the top cushion, but it was quite difficult to judge, and didn't work out as well as it might have done. Do you think he fancies the pink to the middle pocket, Kirk?
Well, it's risky, but he's 5-1 up, and he's got a cushion. You know, if he misses it, he can afford to take chances. He seems pretty confident. It's a good pot.
Well, this afternoon he knocked in 3 or 4 shots like that from tight under the rail.
7.
So obviously nobody's told him that that sort of shot is supposed to be difficult.
Yeah, I'm going to tell him right after this match.
Well, isn't that amazing?
Alain Robidoux, 7.
A really great shot to get in, and he misses a red of no particular difficulty. Jim White has got to make the most of these early chances, though. He's got 4 frames to pull back.
1.
He left himself a bit straight on this black. Looks like he's got to do a lot of work here with the white. From my vantage point is it didn't look on to get on that red, but this is good for Jimmy if he can pot this and get on the black. They're open.
No.
Well, he leads by 25. So one good positional shot in potting this black should give him the gateway to this frame. And this is the sort of start that Jim White, I'm sure, hoped that he would make, with a 5-1 interval deficit against him. It really is terribly important he wins this opening frame of the evening session. And of course, if he can win 2 or 3 frames, his confidence will be right back.
17.
That's run on a little bit there, Clive, and I'm not too sure whether he has one of those reds on the right. Will go. It doesn't look like it. That was a good recovery.
25.
Yes, and the cue ball's finished just short of the baulk line, so the green is relatively easy from there. If the cue ball had just gone past the baulk line, it would have been, well, he would still have had the yellow, but green is better.
Just overrun a little bit there.
28.
Position on this red. He has to go back down towards the blue.
$29.
Good shot. No, I think they are, Jimmy. The white ball into the cluster of reds to split them up and hopefully get good position to continue this break. That's unlucky.
34.
Alain Robidoux looking at the progress of this break and certainly regretting the easy red that he missed to let Jim White in.
Jim White, 34.
So with that break of 34, Jim White goes 50 ahead in the first frame of this evening session. A frame that he badly needs to win to get back into contention. Robidoux just giving his cue a wipe. It's very, very hot outdoors, of course, and just a little humid inside this fine auditorium. White has just had a look at the reds just to get some idea of where they might go if he played a safety, but it looks as if he's playing very thin off the red which is on the cushion.
That was a good shot, Clive, because I don't think Alan has an easy way back to balk.
Well, he certainly finished short. So Jim White, leading by 50 points in this 7th frame, has this important long red. He could go on to clinch the frame from it.
One.
Well, too far into balk to leave himself positioned to pot a colour, but if he rolls up tight behind the brown, that will consolidate his advantage.
Yellow.
Thinking of playing safety off the yellow instead, with a view to putting the yellow safe, which would make it a lot more difficult for Robidoux to make a winning clearance if he got a subsequent opportunity. But in the end, White decided on the snooker behind the brown. Didn't roll as close to it as he would have wanted, but still looks a useful shot.
I think the black is blocking the path back down to balk, so Alain might be looking to go off a couple of cushions, 1 or 2 cushions, to roll into the reds.
And of course Robidoux knows, trailing by 51 points, that if he makes a mistake here, it's very likely to be end of frame. Anxious look to see whether he's left one of the 2 reds nearest the black. Doesn't appear that the red nearest the pink will go into the middle pocket. The red, which is almost on the black spot, looks a little on the thin side. So it looks like a pretty good defensive shot from Robidoux. Well, from that position, it's not absolutely clear whether Robidoux can get through to the edge of the red. If he could, I'm sure he would play it that way. He's in the position that he was in a couple of minutes ago. If he makes a mistake, it's surely end of frame. And in this position, the red, if it won't go to the middle pocket, will go to the corner, but if he takes it on, it's not one that he would wish to miss, because it would be quite within the bounds of possibility that Robidoux could come back at him with a winning clearance. He looks at the scoreboard. He's still 51 points in front.
Well, Jim played that a little half and half, make sure the white ball stayed in a position where he didn't leave anything very obviously easy. And when you don't go 100% for a shot, you tend to, if you're playing for negativity, it usually happens.
One.
So there is a chance now for Robidoux to make a winning clearance. The balls are quite well placed, but it's never as easy as it looks. And he's left himself a little short of his desired position there. He wanted to leave himself more or less straight on the red nearest the pink. That would have made his sequence of shots much easier than they are now.
Seven.
All right, though. Had two chances there. He could have knocked the black into a potable position, but he knew that in any event he was going to be on the pink. Well, has he come far enough, or has he left the potting angle on the black thinner than he wanted? If he has left too thin a potting angle on the black, he won't be able to hold the cue ball in position for the last red.
He's looking to pot the black and go up and down the table.
Well, good try, but
21.
it was quite difficult. So I'm sure Jim White should be breathing a little easier after seeing that shot go wrong. White still leads by 30 points in this frame.
Alain Robidoux, 21.
So it's turned into quite a useful safety. So White, having led by 51 in this frame, certainly doesn't have it won yet. This is the frame which makes the difference between 6-1 to Robidoux and only 5-2. Well, he played the escape well, but I'm sure he didn't expect it to turn out quite as well as that. Played out of a snooker and left a snooker. But Robidoux hasn't. So White only has to knock this red in, and his opponent will need a snooker.
One.
It's come a little far in the black. Yeah, bit dangerous to send the white flying around the table on a thin cut here. So he's just going to roll up.
So White goes back to his seat, leading by 31 with only 27 on the table. Should be enough to win this frame. All the more so since if Robidoux doesn't make contact with the yellow here, he would then need 2 snookers. Well, he was near twice, but that doesn't count.
Two.
So these last few colours are just for amusement only. White knows that he's won the frame.
5.
And he's therefore done what he set out to do, which was to win this important opening frame in the evening session.
9.
So it's Jim White who wins the opening frame of the evening session, but Alain Robidoux still leads by 5 frames to 2.
Frame.
Control tower to British Airways Concorde. You are clear for takeoff.
Last year, more international passengers chose to fly with British Airways than with any other airline. fact, last year, British Airways planes traveled over 150 million miles. That's further than from Earth to Mars and back. British Airways, the world's favorite airline.
So he'll be hoping to rescue the frame at this visit to the table.
1.
Played the shot at that strength, possibly hoping to get the black into play, but a kiss on the blue has put an end to that.
Well, he's going to have to get the pink and black into play. He's going to have to start getting onto those two colors if he's going to have a chance to win this frame, because there are only 59 points possible left on the table. And he trails by 45 points now.
Plays on the black this time. And these are always big frames in championship matches. Opportunities do occur for winning clearances, and whether you take those opportunities or not often makes the difference between winning and losing the match.
13.
Good shot. He's going to have to pot this red and get on an angle to the black, where he can get on this last red by the side cushion.
21.
Well, he's just looking to see whether there's a real danger that the cue ball is going to cannon into the pink. Obviously wants to avoid that.
Jim White, 21.
Well, forgot to pot the black. So, it could be a costly miss. Robidoux leads by 28. He only has to knock this red in, and White will need a snooker.
1.
In fact, with the black lying so invitingly near the pocket, White will need 3 snookers after this.
8. Hello, Robidoux. 8.
Jim White plays on, but surely it's a forlorn hope now. 36 the difference, only 27 on the table.
2. Jim White, 2. Free.
Increasing his lead to 37 with only 22 on the table. So it really is academic what happens now.
Seven. And frame to Alan Robidoux.
Yes, Jim White missed his chance for the clearance, and it's Alan Robidoux who increases his lead to 6 frames to 2.
He leads 6 frames to 2.
I hope the good times never end. Drinking Treehouse with my friends.
Introducing Treehouse Blends fruit drinks from McCain. 6 unique refreshments bursting with 30% fruit juice from concentrate.
Grape raspberry, what a blend.
Orange banana, perfect.
I hope my childhood never ends. Drinking Treehouse with my friends.
Treehouse Blends from McCain with 30% real fruit juice in single servings and frozen concentrate.
Treehouse with my friends.
And Tim Burke is coming in to take over from Bob McClure.
Buck Rogers in the Expos is hosted by TSN's Jim Hewson with weekly reports by Ken Singleton. Each week, manager Buck Rogers is interviewed, the club highlights are recapped, and there's profiles on the Expo players. Plus, the upcoming week for the Expos is analyzed.
Hi, I'm Ken Singleton. Join us each week for news and highlights from the National League on Buck Rogers and the Expos.
He's planning a few shots ahead in this break. Blue is obviously the ball he's going to take next.
Six.
Just having another look to see whether the black is potable. If it isn't, he would have to screw back for blue.
Alan Robidoux, 6.
So Robidoux has missed 2 good chances in this frame. Maybe just at the very back of his mind is the thought that he only has to win 2 more frames to be Canadian professional snooker champion at his first attempt. Well, that's not finished very well. Played to leave himself on the green, of course. He can pop the yellow, but it's a thin angle, and the position is quite difficult to control. And the pot itself is not easy. Or at least not as easy as it might be. Nicely played though, and he should be in business here for a few easy shots around the black spot.
I think if Jim is going to get back in this match, he has to take advantage of these situations here. And quickly. He doesn't have any more time to not take advantage of them. Get himself back in rhythm, some kind of rhythm. Otherwise, it's in making Alain his job very easy. He's a gritty performer. And, he's proven that all this week, so I'll have to dig down deep to pull some more out.
19.
Still in good position on the black. One more red is loose, but white is already giving some consideration to how he could continue his break after that. Making sure that he left himself a good angle on the black, just about perfect to take the cue ball into the cluster of reds. And providing that he can pot the back red here, he looks to be sitting pretty. He leads by 24 points. But obviously the back red won't go, otherwise he wouldn't be taking this one.
36.
He's just down a little low for this back red. He's going to have to play it with a little bit of siding.
He strikes the cue ball left of centre.
44.
And that just made the pot there. His lead is 33. So black, red, black would see him pass the post in this frame. He needs just the blue to leave Robidoux needing a snooker, but he'd like to make this frame a clean kill. He'd like not only to pot the blue, but to get on another red. This is Wyche's second highest break of the match. He had a 67 break in the fifth frame, the only one he won this afternoon.
Jim Wych, 57.
And that 57 should be enough to give him this ninth frame. He's not quite there yet, of course. Robidoux 46 behind with 43 on the table, so if he gets a snooker, he could get back into it.
This isn't going to be far away. Good effort.
Well, that really is the clincher in this frame. By removing that penultimate red, it makes it virtually impossible for Robidoux to find his way back.
Jim White, 1.
The difference is 47. Only 35 on the table. What a good shot that was. The only thing about it, though, from Wyche's point of view, is that even if he fails to escape from this snooker, there's very little chance of leaving a free ball. And Robidoux does need 2 further snookers.
I got it. Well, Alan Robidoux, 4.
Well, it was very difficult to hit. But Robidoux still needing 2 further snookers. He won't want to pot the red, because as long as it remains on the table, there's always the chance of getting, as it were, an extra red by means of a free ball.
Oops. Well, he didn't mean to do that.
No, it's not there.
6.
He trails by 37 with only 27 on the table.
Alan Robidoux, 6. Alan Robidoux, 2.
Virtually packed up on this frame, Rick, with your permission, because he's obviously never going to make the air.
Three. Jim White, 3, and point to Jim White.
Robidoux concedes, so Jim White wins 2 of the first 3 frames this evening. Robidoux still leads by 6 frames to 3. Robidoux still has a 3-frame lead. Robidoux within 2 frames of winning the Canadian professional title at his first attempt. Hoping to add that title to the 3 Canadian amateur championships that he's won. And Jim White also trying to win the Canadian championship for the first time, although he has twice previously been a finalist. Well, just a safety was White's idea there, but it looks as if he might just have left this red potable. No, deceived again by the angle. Well, Robidoux's got the advantage in this safety exchange. White doesn't want to play up the table because he would almost certainly be leaving Robidoux a shot at that red. And I don't know whether we're seeing just 1 or 2 signs of strain as Robidoux gets near the winning post.
Well, Jim's going to have to, well, he'll have to take advantage of positions like that, because I don't think LN will keep missing for very long. Even if it is a lapse, the more chances you get back into a rhythm, the easier it is. Excuse me. The easier it is to put the pressure back onto your opponent. So. Alan just pushed it a bit. They were trying a very difficult shot. And, it is kind of science of trying to win frames too quickly. When you start missing one or two, you can maybe try and panic a little bit and get yourself back on stroke. But
well, this is the sort of position that, as you say, Kirk, Jim White has got to make the most of. Despite being well behind in frames, Jim White has always played with the same rhythm. He's not shown any signs of panic. It's just that he's missed quite a few balls that he wished he hadn't. Straight on the black, and therefore can't take the cue ball into the cluster. But he does have the red near the balk pocket as a saver. Pot the black and go into the reds would appear to be the shot, unless the red nearest the pink spot is potable into the left corner. He's played that well, and now should win the frame from this position. Pot the red to leave himself either brown or blue. A little too strong. So he's given himself a difficulty that perhaps he shouldn't have done. His lead is 34 points. He pots the green, and now with a red and a high value colour, he will leave Robidoux needing a snooker.
35. Jim White, 35.
Well, very bad miss. Although it should be too late to make a difference. The difference in the scores is 44. Only 43 on the table, but that red would have made virtually sure.
One. Eight. Nine.
Tried to develop the yellow to a better position.
15.
The difference now reduced to 29 points, but only 27 on the table, so still a snooker required.
Alain Robidoux, 15.
White still a very strong favourite to win this frame, but if he hadn't missed that very easy penultimate red, he already would have won it, instead of having to play on here. Good shot. So if Robidoux fails to escape from this snooker, he would then need two snookers.
Well, Jim White, 5. Jim White, 2. Alain Robidoux, 4.
Which gives Robidoux the encouragement to play on, even though it's still an uphill task. Robidoux still 32 points behind, 25 on the table, 2 snookers needed.
The balls are positioned fairly well for snookers, Clive.
Yes, the brown and blue being close together gives quite a wide wall, as it were, to hide behind. And surely that settles it. 35 in front, only 22 on the table. He just wants to be careful that he doesn't plant the blue in by mistake. Robidoux concedes, so Jim White wins 3 frames out of 4 in the evening session, but still trails though by 6 frames to 4. A very cagey, tactical opening to this 11th frame. No scoring of any significance, but Robidoux desperately needing to win this one to re-establish his grip on the match. White has won 3 of the last 4 frames. If he could win this one to narrow the gap to only 1 at 6-5, he'd really be back in contention. Certainly acquired a lot of experience in the last 10 years. He's played full-time on the British circuit for the last 3. Well, that was almost the shot of the match. He hit it perfectly. And if he can force just enough of an angle off that green to get the cue ball back up towards the reds, he could make a useful break. He would, though, prefer a slightly wider angle on the green. He's a little straight on it. In position to pot the back red. Will probably come back for the pink. And what a time to miss cue.
Jim White, 4.
Could cost him the frame, that. He's left a first-class position for Robidoux. There is an easy red to the left corner, but the only snag about it is that Robidoux may have to take the cue ball into the red left of picture. Should still be on the pink though, whatever happens.
One.
Didn't screw back quite as cleanly as he was screwing back early in the match. He's left the cue ball much nearer the side cushion than he wanted to. It seems to me that there's just a little bit of tension got into his cue arm.
8.
Good pot to keep going. A chance from either green or brown to get the cue ball back up the table towards the reds. Played the green in such a way as to give himself the possibility of finishing on a number of reds. He does have one to the middle, but it isn't all that easy. Important shot, this.
Well,
pink to the middle, but again, not an easy continuation from pink to his next red. Robidoux really having to struggle here. Screwed back very cleanly that time.
18.
Very nicely controlled. And after a somewhat uncertain period, I think I can sense Robidoux's confidence returning.
$25.
Just checking that the pink is potable to the right corner. Robidoux has had 4 breaks over 50 in this match. 76, 51, 69 and 50. And he's played that shot in such a way as to make access to the black slightly easier. So this break building up promisingly for the man from Montreal.
33.
This break coming from that untimely miscue from Wych, who today seems to have picked a bad moment for some of his mistakes.
$39. $40.
All you can do is hope your opponent misses. You're there in the chair. He's there at the table.
42.
Excellent shot. Would have liked to have got just a little nearer this red.
Alan Robidoux, 42.
Nevertheless, that was a battling 42 from Robidoux. Just what he needed at that point of the match to put White under new pressure. Robidoux leads by 43 points in this 11th frame. If Robidoux could win it, he would be 3 up with 4 to play.
One.
Good red, but appears to have finished rather straight on the pink, making it difficult for him to get one of the 3 remaining reds, none of which is in a very easy position. Even if White were to play the black, I don't think that he could take the cue ball into the 2 reds which are nearest the black. Doesn't look like it on that angle anyway. It is, however, quite a good angle to take the cue ball towards the red nearest the left-hand side cushion and possibly disturb it into a better position. Well, 2 chances there. He could have moved it.
8.
But at the worst, he knew that he had got a shot at it down the rail. It makes it a little easier that he can reach it with his ordinary hand bridge rather than have to use the rest. Tends to move that middle finger a bit when he's bridging. It's just a mannerism. I don't think it affects the general steadiness of the bridge. Very good pot. He wanted to leave a slight angle on the black to disturb the 2 remaining reds to better positions, but it looks from our commentary position as if he's finished just a little too straight on the black for that. He's left himself a shot to the baulk pocket, the pocket top right of picture. Important shot, this. White keeps the break going, reducing his deficit to 26 points.
23.
White just screwing a longer butt piece into his cue. But doesn't appear to be long enough, so he's having to call for the half butt, which is a much more primitive implement than his own cue with an extension on the end of it. Well, that tip
won't be a minute.
well, that tip looks as if it needs a bit of work doing on it. Mind you, I have been in some places where there's been no tip on the half butt at all. So the tip has been knocked into shape. It's been well chalked. And White's just reminding himself by a look at the scoreboard that he still trails by 20 points. Well, I told you that half butt was a primitive implement. He wasn't able to keep control of the positional side of the shot. So it doesn't look now as if he's going to be able to make a winning clearance in one visit to the table. He could take the pink on to a baulk pocket. But the shot that he chose was undoubtedly the percentage shot. If he had taken the pink on and missed, he would have left the first three colours at Robidoux' mercy. The certain snooker was certainly the better option. Robidoux' lead now 19 points. And Robidoux has been lucky there to get the yellow safe. In fact, by leaving the cue ball so nearly touching the yellow, it's quite difficult for White to move it very far from that corner pocket without playing a push shot at any rate. White has reduced his deficit to 19 points, but all that hard work could go for nothing if he makes a mistake now. Good shot, well thought out. The difference of 19 means that if Robidoux can get in, he only needs yellow-green and brown for good measure. He doesn't need the awkwardly placed blue. His first problem, though, is to get the yellow into a safe position. Certainly this isn't a frame that he wants to lose, because he would then be only one frame in front with 4 to play. Certainly not as good a position as when he was 4 frames in front. Well, White thought there was a good chance that the yellow would wriggle safe if he missed it. He's got to hope here that Robidoux doesn't have an angle to pop the yellow and get back down for the green. He needs green as well as yellow to leave White needing a snooker. Well, he had got some angle, and it looks as if he has got a shot at the green. It's frame ball if it goes in. I think there's enough of the green sticking out for him to be able to pot it. Excellent shot to go 24 points in front with only 22 on the table.
And Robidoux, 5.
So barring accidents, it should be 7-4 to Robidoux. White has got to get a snooker to get back into this frame. Good shot. Got the cue ball in behind the black. Swerving slightly round the black. Striking the cue ball right of centre. Make the contact on the brown after striking the cushion first. But he only just made it. He only just made it. Yes, Robidoux could afford to do that. He could afford to double the brown towards the pocket, knowing that White needed a snooker. Now he needs 2, of course.
And then Robidoux, 4.
The difference is 28 points. So White has to get 2 5-point snookers to tie. looking back over this frame, I'm reminded how important Wyche's miscue was in the early stages. It let Robidoux in for a 42 break. Crucial in the circumstances. No good, I don't think. Robidoux can get through. An easy hit off the baulk cushion.
Frame conceded.
So, Jim Wych concedes. Alain Robidoux leads by 7 frames to 4 in this Canadian Professional Championship final in this fine arena. And let's have a look now at what the snooker club of the present and future is going to look like in Canada.
Playing a game of snooker at the Westbury can easily make anyone feel like a celebrity. A place that boasts only the best of everything. From the finest cuisine to the finest tables in Canada, the club is in a category all its own.
Basically, there's a need to bring up the standards of the game in this country, and there's not many places where you can duplicate tournament conditions. Snooker is a glamorous sport. There's a lot of people that don't play snooker anymore because of the poor conditions that are around the country. A facility like this should bring those people back to the game. The restaurant bar basically is to expose more people to snooker. People that wouldn't normally go into a snooker club or a ballroom will come into the restaurant and be exposed to snooker. The main feature is the tables. The tables are steel rail tables. The Westbury table is used in every professional tournament. So basically it duplicates world tournament conditions. The players in this country have been penalised for so many years because of the poor equipment they've been playing. And this type of equipment will improve the standards of Canadian players.
It's first class, you know, up to a dress code. I don't think you'll find a club like it in many places in the world.
It's going to give it a real, you know, a real good image, the one it deserves.
Well, this is the nicest club I've ever seen in North America, for sure. And in the world, I don't know, it's right up there. It's, you know, I don't know, anytime you spend over $1 million on a place, it's going to be nice.
You know, if a person has got a proper, let's see, a facility, you know, like this across Canada, I mean, the game's just going to boom and boom.
What better way to end a long, hard afternoon over the table than with a gourmet meal? But you don't have to be a millionaire to join this $1 million club. Memberships range from $150 to $350 a year. So just about any enthusiast can take advantage of the club's facilities.
There's our leader, Alain Robidoux. He's leading 7 frames to 4, and we'll be back shortly for this 12th frame in this Canadian Professional Championship final.
At the end of a busy week, make breakfast more complete with new McCain Rise and Fry, a delicious fried potato treat. Rise early or rise late. Get them on the plate. McCain Rise and Fry potatoes. Make breakfast more complete.
Size pizza, hung by the slice. Take out taste, stand on price. Ain't no pizzeria style pizza, just dial McCain.
Golf's a funny game. Sometimes it seems real easy and sometimes it seems difficult.
Every week, Inside the PGA Tour offers highlights of all the major tournaments. Inside the PGA Tour, every Wednesday on TSN, the Sports Network.
Just a 9-point advantage for Jim Wych in this 12th frame of a possible 15-frame match. Alain Robidoux at the table, needing only one more frame to be Canadian professional champion at his first attempt. And I have to say that when I wing my way back to London tomorrow, by courtesy of British Airways, as promptly and as comfortably, I trust, as the way I came here on Thursday, my memory will be of the prodigious improvement that Robidoux has made in the last 12 months. He's looking a player of real quality now. And hard as Jim Wych is fighting, the odds very much favour the 28-year-old French-Canadian lifting the title. Three times Canadian amateur champion, a world amateur semi-finalist, and for my money, a very useful professional career in front of him. Wych has looked long and hard at this red. Well, felt he had to go for it. There was no good safety on, but he might only be rising from his chair to shake Robidoux by the hand, because this is a frame and match clinching chance for Robidoux.
Well.
All the remaining reds in potable positions. The one right of picture placed slightly awkwardly, but the others are all sitting pretty.
6.
All that Robidoux has got to do here, I feel, is keep his concentration, not get distracted by the significance of the moment. He mustn't be thinking that he's just about to win the Canadian Championship. He needs just to be thinking about the shot he's playing. But he seems to have a very cool temperament. He concentrates well, and I'm impressed by his dedication and purposeful approach to snooker. Practices hard, doesn't drink, doesn't smoke, goes jogging in the mornings. And you need to be fit to maintain your concentration for the long periods which are necessary in championship snooker.
20.
10 points in front. So the winning post looming ever closer.
20.
He overran his position there, though. He meant to leave himself on the red next to the pink. A straight shot to the left corner. This one with the rest is not as easy. But he knocks it in and gets a nice little bonus, just flicking the remaining red into a better position. There's $13,500 for the winner of this championship. $7,500 for the runner-up.
32.
And Alain Robidoux now very, very near to the winner's prize. Burst of applause as that pink disappears, because it makes Robidoux's lead 29 with only 27 on the table. And the moral of what we've seen today is what is possible if a player practices hard and devotes himself to the game with the utmost dedication.
Alain Robidoux, 40.
So they're 31 in front with only 25 on the table. What an invaluable 40 break that was. Jim White battles on, but he needs 2 snookers to get back into contention. Robidoux attempting to lay a snooker behind the black. That would have tightened the screw a little, but it's all on White now. Tall order to get 2 snookers to get back into this frame.
3.
And White may elect to pot the blue as well, because he could then draw with 1 6-point snooker. You might consider that a better prospect than trying to get 2 5-point snookers to win. So 1 6-point snooker to draw. He's potted the pink by mistake. So Alain Robidoux has beaten Jim White by 8 frames to 4 and becomes Canadian professional champion at his first attempt. Referee Graham Duncan shakes him by the hand. He receives a warm ovation from this appreciative audience, and he faces now a fine future in the professional game. And after seeing Alain Robidoux win the title, we'll be back for the presentation after this message.
Just a tenth of a second could move us up 6 spots. 1/10 of a second around a whole mile racetrack. Isn't that competitive?
And then try to avoid a front-end collision.
Here's what we're going to use the screwdriver for, cleaning up these drain slots in the bottom of the door.
Motoring 88. Gear up for excitement weekly on the Sports Network.
Time now to pass out the check on the hardware to this year's 1988 Canadian Professional Snooker Champion, courtesy of BCE. We have Mr. Keith Wybrow to make the presentation of $13,500.
Thank you, Keith.
And, of course, the trophy, and for the first time, it goes to Alain Robidoux, who wins for the first time, and congratulations. Everyone seems to be very happy for you.
Yes, it is. Actually, the guys from Montreal are very happy because some came for the tournament, and they helped me a lot, you know, with the applause.
You had a pretty good lead going into the evening session. Were you real confident about it coming into this second session of this day?
I was, yeah. I felt all right, but I was afraid a bit about Jim because he made a good comeback against Cliff Thorburn, and I thought he will make the same thing to me after 3 frames.
Well, there were a couple of times when he did get a little bit closer, and it looked like he might be going to give you a little better run for your money than 8-4.
Oh yeah, the key game, the key frame. I think it was the 11 frames when I won because it was a very tight game, and I made a great shot on the yellow and the green. I think it was the key frame.
What's next for Alain Robidoux? Where do you head from here?
I have to go to England for 3 tournaments. For the Fidelity, the Rotman, and the Tenants.
So you'll be heading over there with lots of confidence after winning the Canadians for the first time.
Yeah, it's a good help.
All right, thank you very much, and our congratulations once more. We'll be back to wrap things up here at the 1988 Canadian Professional Snooker Championship right after this.
Robidoux has beaten Jim White by 8 frames to 4 and becomes Canadian Professional Champion at his first attempt.
7th frame, and it's Claude Bernatchez winning to take a 5-3 lead in the 8th. Moving to the 9th, Bear wins to close that lead to 5-4.
Frame 10 now, in our race to 8, with John Bear winning the last one to close the gap to 5-4, and John Bear to break.
And he's using his regular cue stick here, Ross. He'd been using a real big, heavy one, and it caused him to jump the table a few times, and going back to what he knows best, pockets a ball right off the break.
Yeah, some of the players, like I mentioned earlier, are using a heavier weight cue to break those balls. John's gone back to his normal cue just to try something different, and it paid off for him this time.
Well, as we mentioned, he is a much more aggressive player than Claude is. Claude has that same stroke, game in, game out, shot in, shot out. But I think John likes to jump on things right off the bat.
Yeah, John's a very aggressive player. And he's looking right now to see which one he's on. He wants to be sure.
You don't think there's pressure here? You can't remember what pocket you stunk your ball in. I don't think we can overstress, Ross, how important it is to set yourself up, not just one shot down the line, but 4 or 5, and eventually even constantly reminding yourself what position the 8 ball is in.
Exactly. If you go ahead and pot 5 balls down and leave a couple up, it makes it easier for your opponent to put you in the hook position if he doesn't get a shot at a straight run out.
If that's the case, we saw what happened in that 7th frame as the players went back and forth until one of them did get the advantage position.
I think John wanted to draw that back up into the pack and knock that 10 ball out of there. He has to break that ball out so that it'll go in one of the pockets.
If you notice any perspiration on John Bear, it's because he's been playing for a long time. He lost in the A side early on to Ron Brown. He was forced to go all the way through the B side, winning about 5 other matches before getting back to the A side and competing in the championship here. So he is a tired individual.
Yeah, John's drawn that ball all the way back into the pack there. He's left himself bad positioning. Like I mentioned before, you want to make sure that you run right out. And he took a chance, the percentages were high, and it just didn't turn out for John this time.
Meanwhile, Claude just sits on the side and has a look at what his opponent's trying to do, and he's played the safety shot.
Yeah, John's made a legal safe shot there.
With this $20,000 in prize money, the most expensive, or the richest tournament in Canada for an 8-ball championship, you're obviously trying to change the image a little bit. This isn't playing for beer or bucks, is it?
No, we're trying to clean up the act here quite considerably, get more people involved in it, and make it more of an attraction for people to come and play and participate in this game, as it is fun for the whole family.
I'm sure people are still stuck with the stereotyped image of kind of dingy, smoky places, but is it clearing out a little bit, and are women getting into the game?
Actually, there are a lot of women starting to get into this game. I had a lot of phone calls asking if we weren't going to run another tournament with a women's open or a mixed doubles, so to speak. We're looking to do that in the near future. Increase the awareness to the game and develop it into the sport and recognition that it really deserves.
You're hoping for more than 118 entries, but I think the players were very appreciative of the fact that you kept the $20,000 prize money. Does this mean there's going to be a second Canadian Open Championship?
Oh, certainly. This is just the beginning. We knew that it wouldn't take off like wildfire here, but we're sure in the next years to come that this should really start to be an attraction for all to enter.
Well, it's kind of nice when you've got the backing of people like Dufferin and Foster's that it gives the players that want to come to these tournaments a sense that they're going to be treated well and that it is really on the up and up and worth their while to come and try out.
Yeah, both of these companies are very strong into getting into this game. Both of them know how strong it is in the United States, and we're looking for more sponsors to get involved in this, as there seems to be a lot of people that we're reaching out to here.
If you've noticed the table at all, you may notice that it is new. In fact, it is very, very new. This table was just built, wasn't it?
Yes, we got all these tables from Dufferin Leisure. They sent us out 13 tables to play this tournament over the 3-day period. And we must be very appreciative to them for providing us with new tables, as most of these players are used to playing in tournaments with the used table.
How much would one of these things cost you?
Well, a table like this is more a commercial table. It's for the pool hall or the room that doesn't necessarily need the coin-operated table.
The crowd reacting favorably to a nice shot made by Claude there.
Yeah, Claude's broke out all the balls real nice now. He keeps such a good poker face, that Claude. Never lets it know when he's real happy or when he's real sad, and that's an important part in this game.
It's interesting to see that, you're right. The action on that ball never ceases to amaze me. I think when I hit it, I'm not sure where it's going to begin with, and I sure as heck don't know where it's going to end up.
Well, sometimes when these players are shooting, they're looking to position it with a 1 to 2 inch spread either way. Then, of course, they have to make a recovery shot to come back into it if they play it in the wrong spot. But most of them are pretty precise in their accuracy here.
That was the look of resignation. It's something you do a lot of sometimes when you make mistakes. You just get to sit and watch. The only good thing is you don't have to pay.
Look how Claude gets down so low on that cue. That gives him the advantage of seeing all the angles of the ball. Oh, he's made a nice shot there.
Just one more before he goes after that 8-ball. And you can see already, you can predict virtually which pocket he's going to put it in. Both players talked an awful lot about luck, but you can see as they walk around that table, they're measuring angles, very precise angles on how they want to strike the ball and how the action they want to put on it.
Oh, I think Claude put it a little harder than he wanted to, or Not quite as hard as he would have wanted to.
Head ball in corner pocket.
And we'll see if he's able to do that. You could hear the crowd in the background reacting to that shot as soon as it was hit. 6-4, Claude Bernatchez leading John Bear in this race to 8. John Bear wins the 11th frame to narrow it to 6-5 as we move into the 12th frame with Bernatchez winning to take another 2-frame lead, 7-5.
Canadian pool and billiard tables styled for lasting looks and durability. Available exclusively at the Game Room store. We're quality you can trust with Dufferin tables starting at just $1,295. Accessorize at the Game Room store with breakdown cues from $34.95. Plus, we're shuffleboard, foosball, table tennis, darts, board games, and all the accessories. Professional service, select products only at the Game Room store.
Pick up action here in the 13th frame. Looking to pocket another shot. Straight balls are his object balls in this particular frame.
Well, that was a little bit difficult shot for John there. He had to make that combination to continue shooting.
John reaction tells the story. He's done that to himself a few times. Misses when there should have been hits. And allowing Claude to just wander back up to the table, chalk his cue, and get on about his business.
Yeah, Claude wants to be sure to leave John sitting at his chair. He doesn't want to let him get back up. The Bear seems a little hungry now, and I'm sure he wants to win another frame and tie this up at 7 apiece.
It's an interesting grouping here. Most of the balls are at this end of the table, and it might pose some problems.
Well, Claude's got to be sure to pot all these balls. He can't leave any out, so he's got to make the right breakout shot here. He only has one tough ball, and it seems to be sitting in the middle and the bottom of your screen there.
You can see John discussing strategy with people on the sidelines as he watches in frustration and resignation as his opponent, Claude Bernatchez, goes about his job. Claude shooting the solids. And that ever-present action on the cue ball to draw it back over to where he wants his next shot.
I think Claude wants to save that 5 ball to try break those bottom balls out. So he'll probably shoot at that 4 ball or the 2 ball right now and try to position himself strategically to get a good angle to break those balls out of the bottom.
You're right about John being a little bit more pumped, wanting to get right back into this match. He usually sits down while Claude is shooting, but he's standing right now.
Claude's just looking at the angle. He needs to come off that 5 to break those balls out below.
Yeah, these guys measure their angles almost nonchalantly. I think I'd be out there with a protractor.
You can see the crowd looking on here now in anticipation.
This always reminds me of a golf gallery. I almost want to sneeze when there's $180,000 on the line.
He potted that 4 ball like I said he would. He'll probably go for that 5 now. He has a good angle to try and break those balls out.
Oh, but he didn't want to do that as he scratches the cue ball into the pocket, which gives John Bear ball in hand.
Yeah, that'll be it for Claude. He'll be sitting down in the chair now. I'm sure the Bear will make no mistake as he gets to take that cue ball and place it anywhere on that table that he feels will help him in running his ball.
You can hear John say that he got a life, so it's not just cats that have 9 lives. It's sometimes bears as well. As you can see, he does just what Ross says, drops that cue ball any place he wants to.
John's decided to take a good angle shot on that. It'll be easy for him now. He'll just stop right there after shooting the 9 ball, position himself well to shoot that other stripe, and then he'll be calling the 8 ball in the corner pocket.
You're right about Claude's poker face. He makes that major miss, sits down, and has a puff on the cigarette to calm things down a little bit. John Bear wasting no time, setting himself up for the call on the 8-ball.
8-ball corner pocket.
7-6 now in the race to 8. John Bear narrows the gap. 7-6 is just a one-frame advantage for Claude Bernatchez of Montreal, Quebec, as John Bear takes a bit of a break in this Canadian 8-ball championship. $7,000 for first prize. You can see why these fellows want to finish first. There's a big gap to $3,000 for second, all the way down to $700 tied for fifth. We can see, Ross, here where John Bear is putting that cue ball. I don't think this is going to be one of his big, powerful breaks, is it?
No, I think John now is going to try to change the strategy a little bit. Perhaps go with a safe break. All John has to do is make 2 of the object balls touch the rail.
As we head into this 14th frame, 7-6, John Bear just winning the last frame to narrow the gap on Claude Bernatchez. And he's done indeed what Ross has described, a safe break with a couple of the balls hitting the rail. And, well, it's an open table, but it's a closed pack.
Well, he's broken out 4 straight balls. Claude will be looking at trying to pot up one of those balls and position himself properly so that he can break into the pack and run this table out.
Well, why would we see a guy who used an artillery piece for a cue early on in this match go to all of a sudden a real safe break, just having a couple of balls touch the rail?
Well, you got to remember that the percentage of John breaking the balls in this whole match here and making one without scratching has been a very low percentage. So he's looking to change the strategy a little bit, maybe throw Claude off. That poker face that Claude seems to have.
Exactly right. He's just missed there.
Yeah.
Allows John back to the table.
I think he wanted to make that one, but it's still wide open. John's going to have to make all the shots now. We've sure seen some great pool playing here today. Through the last few days, we've seen some excellent matches.
No, he's not going to be shooting that straight ball first. He's just taking an angle on the shot he wants to make here. And probably also in the back of his mind where that cue ball will want to end up so he can break some more balls out of that pack.
Yeah, John's just trying to make this ball in the corner pocket and make the cue ball stay there. Oh, geez, missed a simple one. That would have given him the advantage to come off that rail and that other straight ball break into the pack.
That is about the 3rd time he has hung himself on a corner, about the 5th or 6th time he has missed in this match and allowed Claude back to the table.
Claude will take his time now. He'll chalk his cue a little bit, have a good look at the balls.
Great action on that ball as he broke everything up a little bit there to give himself some position and perhaps put a run on this table and perhaps go for the championship. He's leading 7-6 in this 14th frame.
Yeah, Claude's got a good chance here. He just has to position the balls around a little bit, make a few nice shots.
Nothing like a little hitch in the pants, a little chalk on the cue to give you some confidence as you stride back up to that table.
Yeah, putting the chalk on the cue is something that you must do almost every shot. Because if you hit it a little bit too hard, the chalk has a tendency to come off of it. And if you don't have it back on before your next shot, you'll find that the ball will squirt away from you. It just doesn't seem to stick as well unless you have chalk adhering to the leather tip.
After watching Claude play all these frames, I think not only does the purpose you described, Ross, but it gives him that mental break he needs to prepare for every shot. $7,000 on the line in this tournament, $3,000 for second place, which is why Claude Bernatchez takes his time surveying this table. He's got a 7-6 lead here in this 14th frame.
That cue ball's in a little deep. Claude's going to have to use that high bridge to get over top of all of those and still get good positioning.
He's like me. He's got small hands. This is not an easy shot.
No, the big hands definitely have an advantage there.
But he makes it nonetheless. Looking at more strike balls now, almost like a predator here. I guess that's the easiest shot on the table right now.
Sure nice having that top aerial view here.
The gentle stroke of Claude Bernatchez.
He might have hooked himself a little bit here. He might have to put a little spin on that ball to try to get that 11 in the corner pocket.
And the big bear paces back and forth, wondering if he'll get a shot to come back at this table.
He was
And he
hooked
will.
a little bit. He was hooked a little bit. I think he tried to go around it to make that 11 ball.
Just as they say it, John Bear comes back to shoot at the solids. 7-6, my goodness. Nice to know the great ones can even make a mistake every now and then.
Well, Bear's got to put him away here if he expects to stay in this match.
Yeah, that's not a bad move to step away, re-chalk, and then get back into it.
Clear your mind of all thoughts, smell the roses, and go ahead.
Well, momentum could be a big factor here. We've seen John build up a 3-1 lead, only to see Claude Bernatchez come back to take a 7-6 lead here in this 14th frame. If John puts a run on this table, it's all tied up. That would be a major shift in momentum.
John's taking the slowest stroke now. He wants to make sure he has good positioning on all these balls. Put a little top on this ball, just roll forward.
Ever so nicely. Thank you so much, sir.
He didn't go too far. He's left himself that 7 ball in the side. If he can make this one, it should be fairly easy for John to continue out now.
That's not exactly a gap you could drive a truck through, as our overhead shot shows you, though. Look at how narrow that is.
Oh, John's missed the one that'll cinch that match for him.
Well, he said there was $7,000 for first prize. He might have picked himself up a check for $3,000 on that miss.
Yeah, you can't allow someone to come back to the table with only 4 balls at it and expect to win the tournament here.
Seems to me just a few seconds ago we were talking about a shift in momentum for John Bear, and now as Claude strides up, you know that momentum is on his side. He's got the lead, just needs to win this frame, and he will walk away the champion in the Dufferin Foster's Canadian 8-ball championship.
Yeah, Claude will be shooting at the 13 ball now. He'll just try to keep it in that same area. Get himself a good angle on that ball for the lower rail shot.
You can see the 8-ball on the table there, and already he is having positioning battles within himself to know where to eventually put that 8-ball and take the championship.
He played a good shot here. I'm sure it's only going to be 3 shots away till this match is over, Jim.
John Bear sitting there, a sip of water, talking to himself, knowing he's just seen his chance probably to win this match slip away. One more left, or 2.
Good positioning there.
Nope, 2 strike balls left before the 8-ball.
Claude will just draw this back with a little bottom. Come up by the side pocket. Shoot that last stripe. Position himself well for that 8-ball.
Look at that ball roll. Look at that. He said it's going to come right into your living room. That was a beautiful shot. I mean, is that an ordinary shot for him?
Just good positioning by Claude. He's played well all through this tournament.
Well, I'll say. Here it is, folks. The one before the big one.
There you have it. Look at that nice positioning.
Championship on the line.
Ball in the corner pocket.
Right here.
Good go.
You could hear his friend call it. You could see his friend pick him up. That's Claude Bernatchez, the winner of the Dufferin Foster's first Canadian 8-ball championship. He trailed 3-1 at one point, fought back and hung on to win the whole thing 8-6. $7,000 in that man's pocket right now. $3,000 in the back pocket of John Bear as we take a look at the winning shot, Ross.
Well, it was a fairly easy shot for Claude, but it was the positioning to get him that far. And there it is, the winning shot.
He had about 3 or 4 balls to pocket as we see the 2 opponents shake hands here. The winner, Claude, the second place person, John. 8-6 the final in the race day, the Canadian 8-ball championship, and Claude's hand raised in victory, knowing he's $7,000 richer.
Championship has its champion. He is Claude Bernatchez from Montreal, Quebec. And Claude, congratulations. It was a hard-fought match.
Thank you very much.
You were down 3-1 at one point to John Bear, came back and finally scored an 8-6 win. Was coming back from being down 3-1 the turning point?
I think so. It's a turning point. But if he win a couple games more, 4-1 maybe I have trouble. But John is a very good player, and when he have guys, he don't let him play.
You were able to put together a string of 4 wins, 4 frames in a row, and take advantage of John's mistakes. Is that the way you normally play?
I think so. It's not an easy game, but when we have a chance to run over the table, we have to try for. I tried it and I make it. What I could say.
Well, congratulations. Félicitations, mon vieux.
Merci beaucoup.
And to Ross Searle now, our expert commentator. Ross, it was really hard-fought competition. 8-6 going down to the 14th frame.
Yes, there was some great play here this weekend. I don't think we'll see this type of play again until we do it all over again next year.
Would you say that these are 2 of the best 8-ball players in Canada?
I would say so, but unless we get more players to come out here and participate in this kind of a tournament, we have no way of judging, but we certainly saw some great play.
Well, we expect bigger and better things for the 2nd annual tournament. For Ross Searle, I'm Jim Herbison. This has been the 1st annual Dufferin Foster's Canadian 8-Ball Championship.
The Dufferin Foster's 8-Ball Championship, Canada's premier 8-ball tournament. Brought to you by Carling O'Keefe, brewers of Foster's Lager, the Golden Throat Charmer.
Frantic call from an old friend involves Jessica Fletcher in a case of madness and murder. Martin Milner guest stars on Murder, She Wrote, tonight at 8.
This, folks, is in fact the championship. Earl Strickland versus Mike Sigel. Numbers 1 and 2 really in the world. These are the 2 best players right now in the game of pocket billiard. The object of this game, of course, is to pocket the 9-ball. Sometimes easier said than done, and the player must shoot all the balls in numerical order, beginning with a 1-ball. The player shoots until he misses. The game is over when the 9-ball is pocketed, whether that's pocketed in succession or not, but it must come off the ball that comes in succession. The player loses his turn when any foul is committed, and of course the first player to win 9 games will win the match. This one is for the money. That's Mike Sigel on the left with the mustache, and Earl Strickland on the right with the mustache.
In the finals, Strickland and Mike, I believe Mike has beaten Strickland more times than Strickland has beaten Sigel.
It's time for a 9-bagger.
time for a 9-bagger, he said.
Here's the prize money. So this one really counts here. More than twice as much will go to the winner than to the runner-up.
I got 1/50 of that. 1/50th of that. I finished 9th through 16th. A lot of money here.
9.
Let's take a look at the road to the final for Earl Strickland.
Race?
First of all, 9? He beat Keith McCready 9-7. It was an outstanding match. Before that, he had Dan Louis, the Northwest champion. He did beat Jim Rempe, though, and started with a victory in 3 sets over Richard Ambrose. So he's lost 1 set, the first set that he played. For Mike Sigel, not quite as easy. Buddy Hall really gave him all he wanted, 9 games to 8. He, too, lost a couple sets in the early competition, 1 to Jeff Carter and 1 to Sammy Jones. But the bottom line is he's here, and he's playing for the money. He'll break left to right.
Strickland right now is playing better than Mike. I'm going to pick Strickland in this match.
I think you could be right, actually. I'm not going to go against you. I've been doing that for the last 10 weeks.
I didn't like Mike's break right away. Didn't hit him solid. Look where the cue ball is. It's not in the middle of the table.
But I hit him.
We're going to take another look at this break.
Because I was making balls.
Watch the cue ball slide down. You don't want that to happen. You want the cue ball to wind up in the middle of the table, even if you don't make anything.
So Earl Strickland will shoot first from Greensboro, North Carolina.
Tough layout right here. What I think he should do, I don't know if he thinks the same way I do right now. Looks like he's cutting the 1 in the side.
You see the shot clock ticking down. He made a nice shot there.
Shot clock ticking down. Got down about 6 seconds. Now, that has not been a problem for Earl Strickland throughout the competition here for all these weeks, but it has been a problem for Mike Sigel. It was a definitive problem in a semifinal match with Buddy Hall.
Could have a quick game here. Can the 9 billiard off the 2, Barry?
Earl Strickland likes those kinds of shots, and he's had great success with them.
See, he can play a double shot here. He can almost play the 9 and play safe. Tried the 9, didn't make it. He also tried to play safe and got away with it. Mike can hit the 2, but he has no pocket. The pocket here is blocked up. What he can try to do, possibly, is bank the 2 right here this way. But I think if Mike starts to think he's going to play safe, he's going to shoot at the 2, knock the 2 down here, and bring the cue ball right here behind this 3 ball.
Well, I call him Captain Hook, and it is for that reason that he plays these kinds of shots extremely well.
Look at this shot. Perfect.
Left the alley. Left the alley.
Oh, God. Right in the window.
Right in between the 5 and the 6. He can shoot this 2 right here. Uh-oh, he overcut it.
Oh, he did.
But he didn't leave Sigel a shot.
No, he didn't.
He overcut it for a specific reason.
It's tough getting started, I guess.
If he undercut it, that ball would have hung right in the hole, and Sigel would have had a shot at the 2. Since he overcut it, he hit it off the side rail, came back where Sigel doesn't have a shot.
So what we've got right now is kind of a sparring session.
Right.
Where both men a little slow out of the blocks, playing more of a defensive posture. Did well to hit it.
Okay, Strickland's back.
Try to hit it on the, hit it like on that side and freeze the cue ball. Hook every shot.
Mike Sigel will play to the crowd a great deal. Strickland not quite as talkative.
Relatively simple run out from here. Earl's got to be careful he doesn't snooker himself on the 6. Great shot.
Earl's been making great shots right along.
Yes.
Well,
Too hard, but he's okay. There's no problem. Well, he's 3 inches out of the line. Game 1 to Strickland right here.
Textbook stuff here from Earl Strickland.
Solid. Solid whap. When those balls go in the pocket like that.
And so Earl Strickland about to run this one out.
This one won't go in slow.
Right in the back of the hole. And so Earl Strickland jumps out in front. 1 game to none. There's Mike Sigel. He's won more than 7 holes, and Strickland trying to put an end to that right now.
2.
This right here could be the tone of the whole match. What happened here is a 1 and the 2 got tied up. If the 1 was open, say if the 1 was over here, Mike would cut it in the pocket and run out. But he doesn't have a shot on the 1.
So you can't finish if you can't start.
Right? Now that shot clock is working again. Mike's going to hear 15 seconds pretty quick.
It's 20 right now, 19. You watch it tick down. They're going to say 15. Listen.
He's looking to play the combination now.
Got
Made
it.
He just nipped the 7. Great shot. Well, look where the 2 ball's going. 2 ball wound up. Looks like it wound up right in front of the pocket. Looks like Mike has to play another combination. The 1 into the 2. He should have no problem with this.
See if success breeds success.
Won't hit this hard either. Position play.
Got it.
Whoa.
He had to make sure he controlled that 1. So he really didn't want to smack that ball real hard. Mike should have no problem running the rest of these. Only the 5 might give him a problem. Now he has to position himself from the 3 to the 4.
This is a race to 9 format. First player to 9 wins it. In this case, wins the $15,000 prize money and the title world champion.
Touchy shot right here, Barry. He's got to go 2 rails. Looks like he's going 2 rails. No. Yep.
No, please hit it.
Well, Mike got a lucky break there.
He'll take all of those he can get.
I don't blame him.
General consensus is that he gets more lucky breaks than anybody out there. There's Earl Strickland.
I kind of agree with the general consensus.
Never a doubt.
Yeah, he can play. He can do 2 things. He can shoot the ball in the corner, or he can play the combination. But if he plays the combination, he's got to guard against the 6 going to the side rail. See, what he can do is he can hit this 8, make the 8 in his pocket, but the 6 is liable to wind up here.
Well, 3 combinations in this game.
He should be okay. It's not the greatest in the world, but he should be okay.
Keep your opponent on his seat. That's...
Looks like he'll pull the cue ball back over to where his arm is, where his hand is on the table. He's got to avoid the side pocket. That's the only problem.
No.
Whoa! Oh, he did look
Okay.
out, didn't he?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Thank you.
So we're tied at 1.
I spun that ball.
And Earl Strickland can only
This guy gets the balls.
Pairs to break. These are the finals of the Brunswick World Open 9-ball championship. It's been going on for a long time. It's a long road to this point.
Yeah.
And that's a pretty good break.
Come on. Yeah. Earl again. Simple run out. 3 balls on the break. Absolutely no problem. He's total control. Get on the 5, shoot the 6 on the side, 8 in the corner. Came over. 5-2.
And he's just playing very consistent pool.
He overdrew the ball. He's got to come off the side rail. No problem. Mike looks worried.
As well he should. This for 5-2. And Earl Strickland will still be at the table. There it is. Really playing with a lot of confidence.
This match is worth $8,000.
That's a big difference. Let's take a look at the break to start this whole thing as you watch the 9-ball drop. Here it is.
He's hitting him hard.
3 balls went in.
9 almost went in. at the 1 coming down, almost getting blocked out by the 8. If the 1 stopped a foot shorter, Earl wouldn't have to run out. So you have to have it rolling for you. Right now, Earl has it rolling.
He really does. He managed to spread the balls all over the table.
He's found his break spot on the table, and he's hitting. He's wailing away.
So there he is again.
There goes the 9. Oh, it was going.
Got the crowd fired up here.
It was going.
It was going.
I'm going to watch the 9 ball here.
That 9 going right towards that pocket. Looks like it was in. Bing. 7 hits it, stays out. Safety. He's going to play safe. He's either going to play safe, knock the 1 ball over here, make the cue ball come 2 cushions right back here.
Knocked it right on the lines you drew.
Well, he didn't hold the 1 closer to that rail.
Gave him a little window there.
Well,
I'm just trying to put him behind the 5, and I can't do it.
the score is 5-2. He's 8 feet away from the 1. On the rail, tough shot. But if I had anybody shooting this shot, this is the guy who I would want to shoot.
Consistent shot maker. Consistent game. It's been sitting for a little while.
Great shot. Great shot, great roll. Mike better get out here. Draw back for the 4. No problem right here, Barry. 4 to the 5, the orange ball. Five to the 6 on the side. Pull over for the 7. Follow it up, play the 8 in the corner and the 9 in the same pocket. The 7 went in.
Just taking a look at the 7 and the 9.
Gotta pull it over. Pull the cue ball over. It's going down to the bottom rail and coming back up.
There's the 7 and 9. There's the shot. 6 drops, 2 rails. Perfect.
Oh, he can do 1 of 2 things. He can draw back, or he can hit it high.
Brings it back for the 8. Textbook stuff here from both players. There's the 8, and now the 9, and this will make it 5 games to 3. First to 9 wins the championship.
Really wouldn't expect anything else from these 2 guys.
Really well played match. So Mike Sigel right back in it. He'll be at the table. Earl Strickland will be watching him. It's 5 games to 3. Here's the one that did it. We'll be back to Caesars after this.
Mike.
See you later.
Mike is not having any rolls.
Hits him like that, makes 2 balls. I mean, what is it? You know what I mean?
This game is going to be over quick right here.
Looks like it.
He's got the 1 right here. He's got to pull it back right about here for the 2. Well, he's very careful. He didn't want to draw the cue ball on the side. 9 ball right here, combination.
No problem.
Very easy.
There it is. Easy game for Earl Strickland. 6 games to 3. He'll take all of those he can get. Here's another look at the combination on the 9 ball to win game number 9.
3 into the 6, into the 9, 3 ball combination.
Let's take another look at his break. This is Siegel's break to start. Now watch the 9 ball. Left of your screen.
He didn't make any ball on the break. If he did, Mike would have won the match, won the game, not the match. Match is far from being over.
6 games to 3. Strickland, though, in the catbird seat.
There it goes. Made it on
the
the break.
9. That's 2 quick games. I would think those are the kinds of things that if you're Mike Sigel, you got to be gnashing your teeth at this point.
Well, it upsets you. There goes the 9. Notice the 9 is always going towards the left-hand corner pocket.
7-3. Couple of cheapies, and he'll take them all.
Jay Halford, our referee, is making sure all those balls are tight.
You heard Earl Strickland kind of say under his breath, 2 more racks, trying to get himself pumped up. He is an emotional player. But his emotions in this case, in fact, for this whole tournament, have helped him rather than hurt him. And Sigel continues to schmooze with the crowd here.
He wanted to make a ball real bad that game.
That's an old pool term, isn't it? Schmooze.
Come on, line up.
Look where Earl's cue ball is. Absolutely, positively perfect. Right in the middle of the table. He's got a good opening right here. He's got the 2 ball right along the side rail. But he's got a little problem. With the 3. He's got a little problem with the 3 and the 8. So what he's going to try to do is make this ball come over here, try to open these balls up, or get behind them right here.
So first things first, and there's the first thing. Now here's the next. Perfect shot.
Once in a while I'm right.
Most of the time.
He could have got a little better break on the 3. Although for a player with his style, should be an easy shot. 4 next. Oh, the ball twisted. What happened there, Barry? Once in a while.
What did that ball do?
Once in a while, the ball twists.
I knew it was going to skid, too.
And the ball will come up short, which means it doesn't cut. And it's an unexplainable factor that does happen once in a while.
Didn't seem to upset Earl Strickland too much.
Yeah. Could play a large factor in this match. Would have been 8-3.
That's right. That's 7-3 now. Mike Siegel's going to have to get.
It's going to be 7-4 now. If Mike wins this match, if he wins, the turning point of the match is that twist right there. And it wasn't a bad hit by Earl. It wasn't a bad shot by Earl. It's just an unexplainable fate that does happen in this game, where the ball grabs and goes the other way.
Happened at a very bad time for that man.
Is that a miracle?
You hear him say that's a miracle, and it does happen, but not too often. It just happened to happen to Earl right there.
Oh, my God.
Look what he did here. Look what he did here. Unbelievable.
No, that's not too good.
Oh, bad.
Now, what does he for fun?
What does he do with that, Steve?
Well, he's got to bank it.
That was.
He's got to bank the 9 over in this pocket right here.
I'm
but
Rockefeller.
If he misses it, he's got to make sure he doesn't miss it off this rail. He's got to shoot this ball off the side rail right up here.
So here's the shot.
He can't go low on this. If he goes anywhere, he better go high. Made it.
That's a great shot. Nice comeback shot by Mike Sigel. So it is 7-4 as Mike Sigel gets himself right back into it. He'll still be there when we come back. That doesn't?
No.
Well, it was really a crucial miss. And as you said, he didn't miss-hit it.
No.
Nevertheless, Mike Sigel made a tough shot.
Oh, it's all right.
Didn't go.
Ah.
They're yelling for Mike.
You know what I mean?
That 9 ball keeps going close to the pocket all the time.
It's got an escort here, and the 4 ball kept it out.
Look what I see here. Let me explain something. What could happen here? He could very simply make the 9 go in his pocket. If he hits it off the rail here into the 4, the 9's going to go across the table into the corner pocket.
Let's see if he can do it. Fascinating shot here if he makes it.
Oh, that's impossible.
Oh, he hit it bad. He hit it bad.
Look at this. That's how could that ball not go in off the 4?
That's exactly what you were saying that it could. Now let's take a look at it. We'll have a close look, Steve.
Okay, he went behind the 4. Look where he hit it too deep. He went behind the 4 and caught the 4 off the rail.
Jeez, that's unbelievable.
I thought for sure the 9 was going to go in.
So did he.
Tough shot for Earl. Full length of the table.
God. Well, you talking about some crucial shots. That was crucial.
Mike has no shot.
Was that ever crucial?
Mike is going to wind up playing safe. Looks like he's going to shoot the 2 down past this ball and put the cue ball right here.
Another phenomenon about this sport, Steve, that's fascinating to me is it's the only sport I can think of where the competitors actually talk it over with the crowd.
Yeah. Relaxes you.
Yeah, I'm sure it does.
Lee Trevino's the same way in golf.
Yeah, he is.
Chi-Chi. A couple of the other guys
Sure.
I know. Earl has no way to hit this ball. He's got to go 3 rails. And hope and cross it right this way, back down. Hopefully he's going to hit this ball.
He got it.
Great shot. Jeez, he went off my lines about
Yeah, that's right.
Safety coming up. Here's the tactical side of Mike Sigel right here.
Yeah, that's a great shot.
He's got to keep playing and keep playing these safes until Earl makes some kind of mistake. So Earl, what he's going to try to do this time is to go down to the bottom rail right here and come back up and hit this ball.
Got it again. Almost knocked it in the hole.
Oh. Earl got away with a shot again. Earl's running lucky. Here's what happened this time.
Tough guy to follow, huh?
He came close to the 5, but even if he can make the 2 in this side pocket, he can't get positioned down for the 3, which is right here. Very tough to do. And he's thinking. He doesn't know what to do. Safety coming up here, I'll bet.
He's got 10 seconds left.
You better pull the trigger pretty soon.
Yeah, all right.
He got away with it.
That's a nice shot.
He got away with it, but Earl's got
trying to do that.
Earl's got an easy hit here. He can go off the side rail back here, hit this 2, and he could very possibly snooker Mike for the next shot with the cue ball remaining down in this area, put in a 2 ball backup. Earl, the master of the jump shot, can't jump this far.
That's a long jump.
Watch the 2. 2 might stay up.
Oh, hit the 7.
Perfect shot. Perfect shot.
Here's another look at it.
Tough man to
He
follow.
just skimmed the 2. Kept the 2 on this side of the table and put the cue ball up top. Sigel said he's a tough man to follow.
Yeah, it is. This game's being played like a championship game.
Yeah, it's getting late.
It's getting late, he said. Gonna try to cut it in. When he says that, I know what he's doing. Right behind the 7. He's gonna cut it right in.
Close.
Mike is missing. When he's on, he makes those shots. 2 in the upper corner this time. Pull back off this rail. Put a 3 in this pocket right here.
So now Strickland should take care of some business on his own.
Well, the 4 and 6 are tied up. No pocket for the 4. It looks like he can make the 4 in the pocket by the 7. Good shot. Better pick this clean. Better watch out here. If he hits that 6, it's a foul. If he hits it first. Good
Nice shot.
Good shot. 3 rails on the cue ball. Cut the 5 right in this pocket. Cue ball here, here. Back out here. Take the 6 on the side. Oop, oop. Bad shot.
Yeah, dog it.
I don't know,
Oh, please.
I don't know if he's got room to make that ball. Looks like he does.
Take a second to think
Oh,
about
yeah,
this.
he's got plenty of room.
I'm scared the ball's skidding, so I went into the 8.
That handheld on the floor is doing a wonderful job. He's a great cameraman down there.
Want to take a bow, Jeff Zachary?
Great shot. How about that? Take a bow there, Earl Strickland. 8-4, Strickland.
Strickland's playing great. Siegel's not giving him anything. He's taking it.
Let's not forget about the other cameramen, too, I'll tell you. But they're on tripods. The other guys got one on his shoulder.
These guys have been out here for 10 weeks. So 8 games now to 4, and Strickland on the hill. We'll be back to Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas after this. Check in his pocket, though, to give to the winner.
But Mike's not ahead. Mike works for him. 8-4. Mike, say a few prayers.
Well, here's a real key shot right here.
Hope the 9 doesn't go. There it
Oh,
goes.
look out,
There it is.
look out.
On the
It's
break.
over.
He scratched. He scratched. He scratched.
How do you like it? Watching the 9 ball go in the hole, so was everybody in this
my
arena.
God.
It went in the hole, but so did the cue ball.
They saw the 9 go in the hole, and everybody got up. What a break. What a break.
Look at that.
Look
That's
at
what
this.
everybody saw, including me.
Unbelievable.
You caught the cue ball
Yes,
going
I
in.
did.
I knew I was going to have something. I know everything that's going to happen.
Are you going to win?
He's talking negative now. But he's so far ahead. Mike has a tough run out here. There is no tomorrow.
He's taking a long look at this. That's the ball he has to hit, the 2 ball.
A little reverse English here. Great shot. Great shot. He's got to stretch. He's got to shoot over a ball. And he's got to get position for the 4. Make sure he comes out far enough off the rail so he avoids the 6. Good shot.
Ball right into the corner. Back for the 6. He's got it going right now. It's a long way back, though. Trails by 4 games.
He hasn't won this one yet.
You know, again, you can't emphasize enough that you can make 8 balls here, and the only one that really matters is that striped one to the left of your screen.
Should put it away now. No problem.
So it's 8-5. Strickland can only nod his head, sit there, no control.
Dramatically.
Disbelief. He's not believing what happened before.
Guess where I'm breaking from?
So Mike Sigel will break again, chatting it up with the crowd
Guess where I'm
around
going to
him.
break from? Take a guess.
He's smiling, but secretly, underneath,
I think he's smiling through clenched teeth.
It's hurting him a little bit. He wants to be the best player.
And in his mind, he is the best player. And there's...
In a lot of people's minds,
I was just going to say, he has a lot of support to that.
What?
Yes. So the 9-ball drops, and the cue ball doesn't for Mike Sigel.
One. It's one. It's one. One, two. What a Miz, what if 4 in a row go in, huh? Whoa. Huh? Is it really there?
Shootout here.
There's another look
9
at it.
right. Oh, 4 almost kicked it out.
4 was very kind. Here's another look from up top.
Split them wide open, clear out the alley. 9 in the corner.
1, that was 1.
Mike
Well,
wants,
it's 6.
He wants to make 4 in a row.
Yeah, no problem.
He yelled up to me, is it possible?
Huh?
Again, he's rallying the crowd.
Earl's just
3
quiet.
more.
Earl wants to win real bad.
Trying to keep his concentration. The longer he sits, the harder that is to do. Here's Mike Sigel again. 8-6. First to 9 wins the championship. $8,000 difference. First to
No.
second.
Count here.
7, Rock? It's all right. It's okay.
Mike's pumped up now.
Well, he's got the 1 into this pocket right here. What's he going to do with the 2? Got to look to play a combination. Whew. I don't know what he's going to do. Better be concerned with making the 1. He's got to play what we call cinch pool. Make sure he makes every shot.
Got that one in.
Cinch.
Safety. Coming right here.
That, incidentally, is what he meant by cinch.
He's going to clip the 2. Maybe put the cue ball down over behind these balls right here. Surprised if he goes with his bank. Yes, he tried it.
Hit something.
He tried it. That's
Don't line up.
Oh.
Look at this ball. What is that doing?
Well,
now
now
what?
what? I don't know what he was thinking about there.
Huh? Look at how bad I hit that. Man, oh man.
There again, you talk about your bad shots, you don't talk about the good shots. Why don't you come back and talk about dropping that 9-ball?
Well, we've got a combination and a run out. He's got to play position on the 2. If he gets position on the 2, I think he's going to win.
There's the 8-ball. Remember, he only needs this game.
Well, the length of the table. Sitting in the chair a long time. But this is his strong point, making these type of shots.
He's going to walk the nerves off here.
He's got the whole length of the table. The whole length of the table to make this ball in his pocket come off the rail right about here and make the 3 next.
He feels it. He feels it.
Tough shot. Oh, fire.
That's a big
fire.
shot. That's a big shot. Now he can relax.
No, he can't relax until the 9 goes in.
Yeah, well, that's true, but that was a real pressure shot for him. And he definitely had a little bit of case of nerves.
See what he did after he made that? He clenched fist. He better get out here.
Oh. Stop right there.
Don't give Mike Sigel another chance.
Darling.
Mike's looking like he's resigned to the fact that he's going to finish second.
4 in the pocket, draw a little back for the 5. Well, he's off my line a little.
Not too bad.
Don't get straight. That's one important thing he doesn't want to do.
I've been doing it all my life, and I did it again.
He doesn't
Same
want
thing
to. He
over
didn't
and
want to do that. He's straight in. He has no angle to come off the rail. He's going to have to really rifle his ball in.
Unless a big shot.
Uh-oh. What'd I tell you? Look at the break he got.
Really
Here.
tried to play it the way you
I
said.
keep doing it. I get straight in every time.
Oh.
Can't get anywhere else but straight in. It's just amazing.
My. He got away with one, though. Mike has got to make some shot here.
Psychological edge now goes to Mike Sigel.
No. I am glad I am up here. I'm fainting on every shot up here.
Earl Strickland's got to sit and think about that one.
He's going to try to cut this in, I hope.
He did.
Now what?
Oh!
Now what?
Ah, there we go.
Now what?
That's what I wanted.
This isn't a hanger.
Cut this one if I miss it, all right?
This one goes in the upper corner. He's gonna try to make it all the way down here, slice his ball. I think he'll make it, Barry.
This for 8-7.
He makes this, he'll bring the house down.
He misses it, he might lose the match.
He will lose the match.
No good.
Oh,
get it, and
game
now.
over. Looks like Earl's a winner.
I can handle this one.
He can handle it.
He did.
Earl Strickland.
He's the champion.